Um, Let me see something. Hello, Raven. How are you doing? Currently seeing through something. Can you do me a favor and... Hold on a minute. Let me actually do it myself.
You're too slow!
That does work. What the fuck is... Sound alerts on about then? Oh, wait, that sound alert's not blurb. I'm stupid. Hold on a minute.
Objection!
Yep, that works. I'm an idiot. I have sound alerts now. I was checking to see if they work, and apparently they do. Fuck. I still have to advertise my stream. Um... Give me one more minute. Yeah, well, joke's on you. Hosts don't work. How are you doing though, X-Men? Motherfucker! Raven! You're a bum. Stop it! Oh my fucking god, Raven, stop it. Stop being stinky. You're being stinky. You're all stinky. Also, look at the redeems. I just managed to catch that crap and I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
Hold it! Hey, Stinky!
Oh my fucking... Stop it, Raven! I'm gonna tell on you. Stop it! At least use bits for the sound alerts. Mamma mia. God. Stop. I'll tell.
You're too slow!
Oh no. Oh no, it's already starting. You're describing the victim scream, presumably Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. I will hydrate. Yeah, or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Re. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation.
Objection!
Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Or get murdered, apparently. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. What the fuck? Oh my god. Raven, why? I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crap aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. I thought that would have been a funny one to add. Or more literary terms, I decrabbed and beated off hut-wise.
Want to see a magic trick? Good. Abracadabra!
You are now dead. I ran into the beach hut at once where I found the pair in question. Yes, Wait, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair? You don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Membami-san.
Hey, Stinky!
Oh my god. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight, a very grisly sight. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sasuke-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? You'd like a literary man's opinion?
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The Terrible Spectre, the Terrapin Inspector, the Bloody Torrent, the Author's Torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved into my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counselor, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. No. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Sasuke-san? Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression were your words just now, I believe. So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your other friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Ree! Stop bullying me, Ree. I did nothing to you. I did nothing. I do not deserve this bully. But alright, Raven, have a good, work. No. Kuma deserved it. Let's not lie to ourselves. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. I'm sorry, what? Yes, that's right, I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. And the victim. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right, saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he'd forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Oh my... Counselor, you refrain from mocking the witness. I just have so many thoughts rolling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even. A delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony... Okay, it's just... No, keep gifting Zephyr subs. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes, it's all about inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Gift Zephyr subs. Gift Zephyr all these subs. Cry. Yes, alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in that court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide-eyed are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Do I really, though? Read! Stop it, Zephyr! I mean, I guess I'll press. I'll skip through the dialogue, but...
Hold it! Hold it!
I love that he keeps hiding. Okay, so we didn't get any new information out of that. So, Hosonaga mentions a dagger, but in the picture, there is no dagger. So I guess that's the thing to contradict. Wait, no, only a single wound was identified.
Objection!
That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like to witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? Not you, Sasuke-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sasuke-san, you claim to have seen Manbami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same thing. that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant and victim, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be... Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
This takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair. Slander, my head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw the knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But what if she was withdrawing the blade? Then we are back where we started. Sorry? Instead of this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, Hansel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the blade out of the victim's... I think it was honestly to save her life. Maybe.
Hey, Stinky!
Hey, Stinky!
Hi Kuma, how are you doing?
Want to see a magic trick?
Oh my fucking
Good.
god.
Abracadabra!
And then I'm dead. Kuma, no! I got people to gift sub you more than that though, so I still win. I still win. I mean... Zephyr, stop it. I mean... The knife isn't within view. So to hide the knife would probably be... We don't know. Because she admitted to having a hatred towards Miss Brett. But she also seems like a kind heart. So it's possible... According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, given her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I'll do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Yeah... That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ryu would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Suicidal? Yes? Pull yourself together. You mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You see, doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel? When you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. I was snacking, my apologies.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly the defendant, Raymond Bami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. Lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it.
Hold it!
Hey Aegis, how are you doing? For But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. We are I'm glad you're doing good. Hope you're having a good vibe. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mambami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah yes, Miss Bright was in many ways a sworn enemy of Mambami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mambami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mambami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take that evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. Spartan guidance is what I need. I think that might be overdoing it slightly, but... Very well. So open the okay, yeah, this is just the tutorial, which is what I thought it was. Yes, the initials RM. There they are, clearly engraved on the barrel. You should have a good look at everything to make sure you haven't missed any clues. Yes, I will. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pin doesn't in fact belong to Ray. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Bright was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. If we take off the pin selected, now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? That guy has a condition where he basically coughs up blood. He says he's fine, but the fact that he's coughing up blood says otherwise. He's a quirky inspector. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Okay, but what does that have to do with anything? Oh. They're letting me inspect this in its entirety now. This is a newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's medical research? Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray, she was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Noko's England attorneys tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? Alexisoro was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Hmm. Following a lecture at Yume by Sasuke Natsume on 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Oh, well, it's not gonna hydrate. I need to think about this for a good minute anyway. Ugh. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the blade from the knife from the victim.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Ryoko not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. So listen, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume Unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. Prosecutor Auchi, you will let the defendant speak. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Hey, Stinky!
Jeez, that actually scared me. And yeah, that's the point, is that I peek the mic. I always peek the mic. I've literally done that for every opposing objection that the game has given me. Also, I've stretched. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentions affirms your assertion. Deadly in tiny quantities. I believe it's deadly in tiny quantities. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in that document. Exactly, dumbass. She probably bled out because the defendant was trying to leak the poison out of the body. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clear desperation. Weasel's last— Oh my god. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. Read the second. The university would have to be consulted, though. She's within the university. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? Why did Rai suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. You can't possibly... From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, when my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. The evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article.
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence's connection to the newspaper article? In truth, I'm not really sure, but my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble, so I thought I should ask you, Your Excellency. Okay, the reason I guessed that was because I figured... that this pen withheld the poison. I did not think. I literally took no time to think. The link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article. A clear link? The poison being stolen? Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. Synthesis of alkaloids.
Take that!
Okay, apparently I was wrong.
Take that!
Oh my lord. I've used everything! I'm gonna load. Oh, I didn't realize I saved all the way back here. Ree!
Objection!
Ree! This is gonna take too long. How far back is the autosave? Oh. Not that far back, thankfully. I guess a clear connection would be the fact that it's a single stab wound, and a single stab wound would be all that a poison-laced blade takes. And in that case, the report states that it's a single stab wound.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis. Oh, I didn't examine the post-mortem report. That's why I'm stupid. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. So it's just another case of me not examining all the evidence thoroughly, because I'm stupid. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes? What are you doing, you yokel detective? Telling the truth, dumbass. In the newspaper article, here's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. The defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree, this is a very compelling evidence. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. Yujin Mikotoba? Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly. I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. And Bami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount, it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. Ree! Thank you for the raid, Alice. I think my mod is busy, so there you go. How was onion ring? The thief, you don't mean... Yes, of course. Just about to hit end. Oh, you've been busy, X-Men, so I've been having to do that myself. It was that dainty English woman. Wait, unmute Twitch? It shows that you're still muted for me. You have sound volume next to your name. Oh yes. I was reading because of the raid. Mr. Zelbrat? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. Well, she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then... she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. Oh, I see. I'm glad the stream went well, though. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, we realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything pass Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really? I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed? Well... You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi. Perhaps some praises due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. You're supposed to submit every piece of evidence as a prosecutor! You stupid dumbass. But you've brought this on yourself. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. Oh hey, we can actually see your face. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Order, order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced the my courtroom? Oh my god. Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokos are slow of mind and slow to mature. That's because you're secretly a girl. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have some ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. I can't speak today. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Who did take that photograph? That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. Court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Yeah, bitch. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of their print is unknown. Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you, nevertheless, believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Suseto, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. Stabby. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel? Your Excellency? The burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly... But as you so boldly claim it that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Very well then, Counsel, present your proof to the court. So, one thing I would like to point out is the fact that my chat overlay is actually blocking out, but there looks to be a crack. Right here. Oh wait. Right here. I'm hovering over it with my mouse. There seems to be a crack here, and I noticed earlier on a curious little thing earlier. fact that there's a similar crack here. It's the exact same.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Marcus England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens. What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of a tree of the... Indoors, really? There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. Oh my fucking god, I cannot facepalm hard enough. Oh my fucking god. I actually need to recover from that. I feel like I'm losing brain cells. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic
Want to see a magic trick?
Jesus fucking
Good.
Christ.
Abracadabra!
I might have to turn the volume down on that. That actually scared me. Camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. In that the scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the evidence. I'm stretching. You are a dingus, Raven.
Objection!
Hey, Stinky!
You're too slow!
You're too stupid. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
That's not true. The fact that the owner of the camera made a newspaper report or had a place in it, we would be able to find out who that is, because in newspapers, the photographer is always credited, just as much as the writer of the headline or the article. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Aochi, that one of the photographs featured in the newspaper article. That's right. The author of that article is a mystery witness to this crime. Menimo? What? I see why you were called a England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's a person who takes photographs of him, isn't he? Mini memo, I tell you, mini memo. Mini memo. Sasuke-san? What was that? Did you say mini memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiden Minimemo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Now that he mentions it... It's that photographer. And the link between... Another link between the newspaper article and the crime scene is that Sasuke was in both locations. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scooper my privacy. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiden Minimemo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Minimemo? Yes. Hello, Your Excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. We will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Mini memo. We're gonna continue. Cause unlike later trials, this one should be shorter, I think. The first ones usually are, I think. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Right. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to... Ow. accidentally bit my tongue, so I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet, I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me, too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. I think that this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Rai. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only person in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikatoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. I see. Yes, without this chemical region, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in and without any compunction said that Professor Mikotoba... Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there? It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This mini memo, son. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? No, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Rai has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membame. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at UMA University, please re-examine the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the region delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel? What were the results? The dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. A newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. A trace of poison on the knife? But if that's really the case... how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Write in mini memo to show you news, and what people like to call a journal. Why do I get the feeling I hate him already? What's a journal, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contradiction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print for the next morning. I hate him. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing, the nice guy of news. So, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry. Brace yourselves, people. Many memos since as a scoop in the offing. Primo student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Stop writing in your notebook. He's your typical journalist, obsessed with the news and... The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, Tsuyotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well... I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. Ta-ke-su-chi A-u-chi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to their Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way you've got to be fast. Someone please redeem You're Too Slow right now.
You're too slow!
That was beautiful. I was snacking and hydrating while waiting for that. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini memo. That's what I call my mini mo. Fuck. That's what I call my mini memo-ism. Mini memo-ism? Oh yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself in Tusky's, hon. Yes, right, that was me, mini memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Oh, hold on a minute. Look at his armband. Look at his armband and look at the 3 dots. It's the same. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is right under the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? Grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Mini Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. I'm calling it now. He's the murderer. Because he also has an ink blot on his wrist, which I pointed out last stream. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. And yeah, he does sound like a tool. I hate him. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames, quick as a flash. I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. read screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screen made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, which I did take into consideration, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. I fucking hate him. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. If that's what you want to call it. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's mini memoism in a nutshell. If that's what you want to call it. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Wait, what story? The murder, or... Oh, I see what he is getting at. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journal instinct. Can you think... I hate him! Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's all even many memo-ism, it's journalism. Only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if all that's buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see all as clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Mimbami-san entering the hut? Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit. The argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose? The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid it into her anymore, there would have been... The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. You really shouldn't be showing that armband anymore. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese, and we'd all be able to read it? German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been past tedious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed? Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smelling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe as a crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what mini-memoism is. Says. I don't care. By the way, mini-memo-san. Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our rice and theater. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. That's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request. Mini-memo-san, if you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of mini-memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand that word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident? Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic mini-memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why you didn't think to write an article about what you saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah yes, that. I'm glad you asked.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice? Ha, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Where you should be. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. You know, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did you just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. This photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said. There's plenty more to be said, excuse you?
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Mini-memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, Many memoism comes out on top because you only care about the story. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Objection!
Many memos-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more mini-memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What do you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved here. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Rai Membami. Is it a coincidence? I wonder. That your initials are also R.M. I didn't actually piece that together. Write in mini memo. R.M. That's... horse dung. Can't you see? One of the essential tenets of mini-memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, in your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey, horse dung. Mini-memo-san. Is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need, anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. um... He denies the initials. Our argument is basically that we have... The only other option is this.
Got it!
Well, Minimomo-san, do you still deny it? Let me see now. I think if I had to give it a headline, it would be... That Sky Stars cause counting confusion for Kaki. I've already furnished the court with a revelation that there was a clue on this pin as to its owner. It's only that... Oh wait, we didn't point out the emblem, that's what. It's only the smallest additional step to actually point the clue out. Concentrate, Susato. I figured it would have been obvious, though. As well as the initials, there was also an emblem. A cat VTuber? Oh no. As well as the initials, there's... how are you doing those, Sephiroth Killer? Actually, I'm gonna hydrate real quick, because I've been screaming a lot. That's cute. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Mini Memo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini Memo-san, how do you respond? Explain yourself, witness. So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets? I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we memo is to say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright. But on one condition. Condition? You're a witness. You're under no... In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Tozuki Natsume-san. Sasuke-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Suzuki-san hiding something? We're going right to the witness testimony. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses coming running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Rai somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Any memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. That told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Yes, we get it. Yes, we get it. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then just as they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here and I'm going to tell it.
Hold it!
And Sasuke-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our other friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaken all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. You'll be coming for me, surely. Guilty of what? I didn't do anything. Also, hi Vex-hun. How are you doing? That's all I could think. I felt as though I was grasping at air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. I actually just hydrated. Interesting. I noticed that when I refreshed my stream on my phone, that I actually got a whisper. It's from who's underscore ATIA HOUSSEM underscore ATIAAA. It says, starting off with a light bulb emoji, Twitch accept crypto dash yes %21 to participate in crypto adoption. Just visit twitchgive.com. No fucking thanks. How do I report? And reported. Are they in my chat by any chance? No, they're not. Okay. Poor Sasuke-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal... Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity, the end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to sound in my courtroom, please. Now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
I want to know what the question is. What question? What exactly did he say? Oh no, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up the beach to see what was happening to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Sasuke-san? I asked her who did this to her, you. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will.
Hold it!
So he tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remain a fool forever. Having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Okay. Yeah. He was someone we defended in the previous game. Oh dear, Suzuki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Rudderman? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Suzuki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Suzuki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point a finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I realized that perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing at are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Rai gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet and fell over. Now what does that say? What does that tell us? I'm gonna try and let chat come up with this. For those who are in chat. And for those who weren't around. The reporter who took the photos said that these weren't well woven, so he was easily able to fold them. So what does that tell us? I actually want to let chat try to piece everything together. I'm gonna give it another minute. I tried to spell it out a little bit. Not too much, but I'll repeat it. The photographer, basically the order of events are he tried to question the Englishwoman, Miss Brett, by straight up asking, "Why did you kill Dr. John H. Wilson?" To which she responded with, "Mystery is a woman's charm." To which he left. Now, he eventually came back around the back of the hut to take this photograph. He said he was able to easily bend the reeds because they weren't well woven. Now, we just heard Riot confirm, well, in a flashback confirm, that the Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what they were saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of her, with a knife in her back. Now, what does that tell us? Do you see, X-Men? Do you see? I don't think you do see. I think you're sus. Really though, what is your conclusion? I want to try to start allowing chat into the mystery a little more. I know Steel does that with his chat, and while I don't want, like, answers, I do want chat to be involved in the mystery. Well, X-Men, what's your answer? Yeah, I think that's exactly it as well. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Riot? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add? So the gallant yokel student look finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all of her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency? You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop shot. Scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there was no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed? It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. No! Yeah.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. We're not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Around this photographic print is the trace of the stabbing where you claim to... which you claim took place from outside the hut.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of the blade having been forced through the reeds. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect, however. By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiden, Minute... I miss this soundtrack. Raiden, Many Momo-san, it could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume that as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection! Atama!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word, so in fact the victim was killed whilst sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant and Bami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mbami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Algae clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by the... Okay. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed-screened walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on that hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim in a spread, is that right? That is correct. Your unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes? If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot of who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection! At the bar!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it? You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water in a glass had been knocked over onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front-page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. What on earth does he mean? Let me capture those wild eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's mini-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I had illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. A pretty little student girl. But there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Riot again? She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. Right, because that's totally how it would work. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. He never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency.
Hold it!
So you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett, then? The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. That's not how you change justice, or the legal system. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions, then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. Okay, madman. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. We will reiterate why you were compelled to stop the victim then, witness. I'm gonna snack and hydrate for a minute. Interesting. I got another mention, or whisper detailing a type of crypto scam. Um... Seems relative to the other one, yet it's under a different username. I would proceed with... I feel like I really don't need to state this to anyone with common sense, but typically when it comes to Discord or Twitch or any platform, please, for the love of fucking God, practice common sense. And if someone gives you a suspicious link or messages you out of nowhere, please report and block them. Like, please be smart about things. Because I see people after people who just fall victim to scams of some sort. And... just practice caution.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing our beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited her here from England by Professor Mikatoba, no less. Right, but the English woman just jeered. The case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there was little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. Not just crypto, but any scam in general. Like... I had to get on someone recently who used to be a friend, because they fell victim to someone who claimed to be doing art commissions, and I was suspicious of the way their message was sent. So I took a look at the Twitter, which admittedly the friend did find, so it's not as if they didn't do research. And I looked through their Twitter, and I found that in the replies of their tweets, they would give very suspicious links. And I had to get on them about that. Like, that didn't tip you off that it's a bot or a scam? I just constantly see people fall victim to scams. Like, you and I have joked about things previously, well, about this, previously X-Men, but I believe there was a point where I was suspicious where your account got hacked, and I asked you, say something only X-Men would know, and, you know, you You, proved that it was you. People need to learn to take precautions when it comes to that, and just ask questions first, click links later, if at all. Maybe it's just me, though. I don't know. But I feel like that should be a thing in general. Like, bots are currently equipped with the capability of responding back to messages. So we have to try to be smarter than that and come up with precautions of our own. And the bot situation, I feel like, is only going to get worse because new bots are just going to come up, and yeah. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. Huh? I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Menbami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, gray, peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defendants. But Your Excellency, this is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to fucking objectify, bitch-ass motherfucker, cringe-ass retro piece of shit, motherfucker! That was perfection. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I see you've noticed I got sound alerts, Retro. Oh wait, you were in Kuma's chat, I think, when I mentioned that I was working on sound alerts. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Hey, Stinky!
Hey, bitch ass! The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. Hold on a minute. I know who stole the poison. I know who stole the poison. I know who stole the poison. Chat, I think I know who stole the poison. I think I know who stole the poison. Test question. Who stole the poison? Wrong answer. 1 penalty. Does anybody actually know? Or should I just go over it? Yeah, camera guy. Now, why and how did he steal the poison? I don't know about that. So I'm gonna go over what we know. Okay, so we've already established that the cameraman was here at the medical facility of the university. We can tell that because there's a crack in the camera. And we know that this crack in the camera is also his. So that tells us that he was here. Now, earlier, it was testified that Miss Brett tried to get, what's his name? Eugen Mikatoba to talk about the chemical reagent. Now, the chemical reagent is a poison. And he was around when it was mentioned. That's my speculation. I might be judging too far ahead, but I guess we'll see. That's true. Additionally, Miss Barrett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikatoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah yes, Mini Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Really, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the dependent and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you had heard? Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Mini Memo-san? As a journal, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Mini Memoism. Others clearly write about this. A reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. We're trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up, my stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. He's getting worked up. Sorry, I was snacking and hydrating.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you had even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man proceeded then to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Rai entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between them leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Rai and the Englishwoman. Yes, that's it. That's when Many Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison they'd used. That could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? very simple explanation as to why the accused was compelled to poison her nemesis.
Objection!
There's no inculpatory evidence to that effect. The persecution is deliberately leading the court. That's right, and my lawyer will throw you for it if you're not careful. Alright, don't throw things like that out there. Let the Yoko student be aware that her humor is not appreciated in this courtroom. We can't allow the court to be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Rai is the only one who knows what really happened. We were discussing the stolen poison. If Chad has any ideas.
Want to see a magic trick? Good. Abracadabra!
Well, I guess I'm dead now. Stream's over. Bye, chat. Uh... victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. Uh... We're basically trying to come up with an explanation as to why he decided to stab her even after poisoning her. One reason that I can think of is to hide the fact that the poison was stolen by killing her before the effects of the poison would take place on the body, because he didn't learn about the poison until afterwards. How do I...
Objection!
Oh, I was right? I was right? Well, I can think of one reason. What? What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course you did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there was one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison to Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Mini-Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. I love those too. I actually need to look back at some of my streams and see how they sound. Because I know they cut off because noise suppression. Not gonna lie though, I really needed to drink after that one. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membame-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Mini Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. So I was right. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victims' life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. That is precisely the point I had in mind. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. And Bami-san being no exception. Therefore, you can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. Now that I didn't take into consideration. In other words, someone like you, write in Mini Memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes. I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Holy fucking shit. What a burn. Of course we're not done yet. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who you calling fallen? I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. It surely would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave.
Hey, Stinky!
Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See, I read in mini memo.
Wanna see a
I'm
magic
your
trick?
reporter from the Show You
Good.
News.
Abracadabra!
Bitch ass motherfucker, cringe ass, piss baby. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I'm just gonna point something out. X-Man. I'm gonna say something that just crossed my mind that I think does feed into your theory. Earlier, the professor said that he never noticed that any poison was stolen. So we can't exactly say for sure because he didn't check his laboratory if the poison was gone or not. So we kinda sorta do not know if the poison was stolen. But he did say that he never noticed that poison was stolen. Whereas he, a reporter, did know of this because he reported it in the newspaper. Now, earlier you said that the poison is within the pen. And there's little to no ink inside the pen. All personnel and visitors are checked before they leave the laboratory. He could have snakefully enough not just put the poison in the pen, but also slipped it into Brett's drink. So I think you were on point with that, X-Men. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified the poison itself as the definitive evidence we need, because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome? Annoyingly handsome. What a compliment. Country bumpkin. My point is this. There is one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
Hey, Stinky!
Bitch ass. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence.
Take that!
You're too slow!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Oh, I will hydrate and snack.
Objection!
I love that you're all getting a kick out of the redeems, the sound effects. A fountain pen, how can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup cone of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again if, of course... Can this really be... Well, Minimomo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. You were on point. You were on point, X-Men. More absurdity? That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thieves like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say. That for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minimomo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting... The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection! At the back!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. No, I don't think Ouchie is necessarily dumb. I think he's just grasping at straws to win. He's desperate to win whatever means necessary. He does have some smart points, but he's so desperate to win that he doesn't think of every possible thing. When newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen. No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. You want to know another thing that I thought of that would actually condemn him worse? If the pen was actually dropped at the scene of the crime, and already as is, there were only a handful of people that could have been found as suspects, taken into consideration, where does he work at? For the Shoyu News? This is the emblem of the Shoyu News, right at this pen. And he outright has a emblem of the Shoyu News on his armband. So, if the pen was found at the scene of the crime, then that would mark him as the only one who was both at the you know, this thing, I don't know what to call it, and at the scene of the crime, aside from Soseki. Because Soseki was both at here and the scene of the crime as well. But unlike Mini Memo, Soseki doesn't have a pen like this. Nor does he work at Shoyu News, so it doesn't belong to him, nor does he have the initials. It would just condemn him as the culprit. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Oh. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Okay, Wolverine. Calm the fuck down there. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Mini Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. by means of this item. My brain had like a brain blast moment and now it's flatlining. Nope. 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 It's not this obvious, is it?
Take that!
Dang. By means of this item. It was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. It's either this or this.
Take that!
Really? Oh, I'm an idiot.
Take that!
Or no, I'm still an idiot. Totally didn't lose. Are we trying to prove that his pen can suck up the poison? Council, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Oh, okay. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minimomo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least to know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Oh. This isn't my fault the Empire drove me to do this. I can't read all this. Susato with me. Oh my lord. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen? Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minimomo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free pass, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, and she clearly had no remorse at all. Suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought? There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your possession, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minimemo-san. You committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience at the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel almost keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? Huh? What you doing there, Ouchie Wouchie? Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence. Rather than live known in shame? I will end it all now with this blade. Don't worry, chat. He's just gonna cut his hair. He's just going to cut his hair. Don't worry. But that is the true path to Ouchieism. Okay, you just stole a book from fucking Mimi Memo. Ouchieism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Speak of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Great, now clean up your hair strands in the courtroom. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god, we're actually praying for his honor. We're bowing. Oh my fucking god. That's hilarious. Now in regard to the defendant, Raimem Bami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I've reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... not guilty. Court is adjourned. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, right? So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so more of this formal, super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, right? At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Rai. Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Rai's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikoto by now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame. What? Ooh. What is happening? Suzuki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Susato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and... devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san, Esquire. Ress, that you were Welcome student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Wait, what? Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Poor Sasuke-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Tosuki-san was free to return to Japan. You know, he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm the chief investigator at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, it seems. I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. Truth? What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah yes, it was an English doctor she killed as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. My arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. That man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Elrux. Thank you for the sub. Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Holmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. I actually like meatball marinara subs. They're my favorite. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand, there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Oh, right. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. We actually just finished the first episode, Fenrir, you're really late. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your fathers who set out? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. What? A what? Mini memo-san? So one throw wasn't enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. That visiting student's fate. Visiting student? She's out of braids, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Wait. Student of law? You must mean Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, but he died on that steamship. Wait, what? And that he'll never... Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Where were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. What the fuck was that? I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Your Excellency? The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Saishiro Chigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more... dashing appearance. Susato... Wait, did he know all along from the start of the trial? He knew. The judge sees everything, Monsieur Sato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Saishiro here hadn't known anything, he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Saishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father? Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Thank you very much. What did you think of my Saishiro's thing, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. Nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, Esquires, could I have a word? Oh yes, of course, Hazuki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. More? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Yes, I have to hear. Please, Hazuki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. Interesting. What was it then, the particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Wait. What case was that? Am I stupid? What second case is he talking about? I thought he was only caught up in one case. Wait, what? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. The omnibus? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Are we switching characters out of curiosity? Before we end, I want to see that.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's
We're switching characters. Okay, I was just curious about that. So... Admittedly, I'm a little tired, so I'm gonna end a little early. And see to some things, but this was a good stream. I'm hyped to find out what happens. So we're gonna go on ahead and raid somebody.
Hey, Stinky!
Bitch. Okay. Raid. 2 people I'm taking into consideration raiding. You know what? I never get the chance to raid this person. And they're cringe and a bitch-ass motherfuckers, so why not? We're gonna raid Bass. If you want to see various art that I make, memes that I make, or video game clips that I post, I have a Twitter. I also have a Discord server that everyone above the age of 18 is free to join. And with that, we are gonna go on ahead and raid Bass. Thank you all for joining me tonight, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!